All right, so today we're going to cover Alex Cox's on-scene interview right after he shot Charles Vallow. This is, you know, the Vallow case, the Vallow-Daybell saga. It's ongoing, and there's still things coming out about it, and there's still things being posted in the media and true crime channels and whatnot about it. And someone asked a question the other day, got me thinking about this again. And so this statement, we covered this last March, in an advanced class that we had here in Arizona. Yeah, Kathy, it's a very sad case. And Kathy, by the way, I saw your message before, and anytime you need to slip out, it's fine. Good luck in that. So this is a fascinating, to me, this is fascinating. I was just ecstatic from an instructor point of view and an analyst point of view that we had Alex's on-scene interview on video, and it was posted on YouTube. I just thought, oh my gosh, this is so great. Sad case, but I'm one of those guys that seem to get excited over these things that when we have someone that gives us a statement like this, it's kind of gets me excited. But so, you know, Charles is claiming it was self-defense. Or I'm sorry, Alex is claiming it was self-defense. And so we want to know, as we look at this, is he telling the truth that he shot Charles Vallow in self-defense? And so if that's the case, his language will be experiential. We want to also know if he's being deceptive, that he shot Charles, but it was not in self-defense. Maybe someone else shot Charles. Or maybe there's another possibility that we don't know about. So anyway, we're going to explore for all these things as we look at his statement. So I want to play the video for you, and then we'll look at the transcription as we go forward. Okay, hold on a second.
So if you want freedom in your business, if you want a lifestyle, you got to learn how to create advertisements.
Have a seat.
Yeah, 18th Street secure. We got the gentleman out.
You have some ID on you, sir?
Yeah.
Okay, before I go forward with this, can you hear that okay? And I'll enlarge it, but can you hear that okay? Or is there feedback, or is it too? Okay, you can hear it, Rachel says. Okay, good. All right.
What happened today? How did it get to this?
I don't know. He was enraged.
What's going on? What happened?
Oh, he was talking with my sister earlier.
No, what happened today, though? Like, just in the last 20 minutes?
He came at me with a bat.
Okay. Was he living here or
no.
visiting?
He came to pick up his son.
Okay. Is the son inside?
No. My sister took him to school.
Okay, so it was just you at the house?
Yes.
And he came, how long, what time did he come to pick up the son?
I don't know, 20 minutes ago maybe.
Okay, so you know who he is, let him in?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I think they were talking earlier, then she left, and then he got into it with me.
Like what? What do you mean?
I don't know, he was accusing me of...
Come on over here. That truck's gonna be really loud. What was he accusing you of?
He was just yelling at me.
Okay. What was he yelling at you about?
About my sister, because I'd broken up the tussle with them earlier. And he told me not to interfere anymore with them or I'd pay. And he came at me with a bat.
Okay, so he showed up in the house with a bat in his hand?
No.
Okay, so...
There was a scuffle earlier with my sister and my niece. My niece got involved.
About earlier meaning earlier this week, earlier
No,
this morning?
just this morning, before they left.
Before your wife left?
My sister.
Before your sister left?
Yeah.
Okay, who lives here with you?
Nobody. I don't live here. My sister lives here and my niece lives here.
And you're just visiting?
I was visiting for the night.
Okay, so you're over here visiting your sister and your niece?
Yes.
Okay, and there was a tussle between your sister and her husband?
Yes.
And does the husband live here or no?
No.
Okay.
He lives in Houston.
Okay, is he an ex-husband or just current husband?
They're working on that.
Gotcha. So at some point earlier today, they get into some type of domestic?
Yeah, just this morning, then they left, and then he came at me.
They left meaning who? Both of parties?
Yeah, my sister took my niece and my nephew.
Okay, so they left.
Create some space from him, and then he came at me.
Okay, but did he leave also?
No.
He stayed here?
He stayed.
So you guys are kind of talking in between or what? Who are you? Who are you? No, just go back. I appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So it's just you and your brother-in-law?
Yes.
Okay. And kind of go through it.
So,
say something like, hey, don't touch my sister, or
yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
And then he picked up the bat.
Where was the bat at?
In the living room.
Okay.
The guy inside's name?
No, I haven't got it. Charles is the husband of the occupants here, but I guess he lives where?
Houston.
You know his date of birth?
No.
From Houston?
Yeah.
Is this vehicle here? How did he get here?
Is it here from Texas?
No, that's my sister's car. I think he came in a rental car. I think my sister's in it.
You think your sister's in the rental car? Okay. So you get in an argument? What is it over?
Well, it was over my sister. He was getting physical with her, and so my niece came out with her bat, and then he took the bat away from her.
Wait a minute, I thought you said your niece left.
She did, but this is before.
Okay, so before your sister and your niece left,
Yeah.
at some point your sister and her husband are arguing,
Yes.
verbal argument, and then your niece pulls out a bat?
Well, it wasn't verbal. He was getting close, and she came out to defend my sister with her bat.
Your niece?
Yes.
Okay.
And then she poked at him, and he took it away.
Okay.
And then I stepped in and told them they needed to separate.
Right.
So then my sister leaves with my niece.
And how long ago did they leave? It's been like an hour, 10 minutes?
20 minutes maybe, I don't know.
Okay. So not terribly long.
No.
Oh, okay.
And then he's coming back at me, and he's still got the bat in his hand. I'm like, what are you doing?
And where are you at? Where are you both
in the
at?
living room.
Okay.
And then I turned around, and he hit me in the back of the head with the bat. So I went to my room and got my gun. I always carry it.
You went to your room, meaning the room you're staying in?
Yeah.
Okay, and you brought a gun with you?
Yes.
Do you always bring a gun?
I have a concealed carry always.
Okay.
Just to be safe.
Hi, who are you? Okay, just stand over there for just a second, guys.
And then I told him to put the bat down, and he wouldn't, and he came at me again.
And the wife just showed up as well. So you told him to put the...
Yes.
So where are you at?
Back
Where are you at now? Or did you stay in your bedroom?
No.
Okay, why didn't you stay just in your bedroom, close the door? Is that something you didn't think about, or?
Didn't even occur to me.
Okay, so walk me through it. So you go back into your room.
So I just went back to the living room. Like, what is your problem?
With the gun in your hand?
Yes. And I said, I want you to put that bat down, and he wouldn't do it. And he's like, and he came at me with the bat again after he'd already hit me in the head. So I shot him to stop him.
Okay, then what happened?
That was it.
Okay. Is it Alex or Alexander? What do you go by? Do you go by Alex or Alexander?
Alexander.
Okay. Do you live
I
at
go by
I've been a type 1 diabetic for 6 years. I was diagnosed when I was 52, and I've been using Omnipod for 3 years.
I was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes 5 years ago.
Are you working now?
I'm on vacation this week.
Well, what do you do for a living?
Oh, I drive a truck.
Hey, I'm gonna get the tape.
Gotcha. The wife just showed up.
Yeah, I'm gonna get the tape to take this out.
Just think that for a second. Where's the weapon at now?
It's in the bedroom.
So after you shot him, you put it back in the room, or?
Yeah, I went back to the bedroom to get my phone.
Okay. And what'd you do with your phone?
It's right here.
Okay. And then what'd you do once you put your gun back? Grabbed your phone.
I cleaned my head up.
After you, was he laying there in the living room?
Yeah, he was laying there still, and it just took me a minute to compose myself. I mean, I was just shaking, and then I called.
Gotcha. Okay. We'll call 17 log. Stand by. I don't have engine 2811. Just out of curiosity, how long have you known him? Long?
Yeah, 15 years.
Is that how long they kind of been married, kind of thing? Do you normally have a good relationship with the guy?
Yeah, I did.
Okay. When's the last time you guys saw each other, interacted?
Last time I saw him was when he lived out here before he moved. Oh, actually, the last time I saw him was at my house. After my sister split up, he came to my house once.
Sister, this sister?
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. So did you sleep here last night?
Yeah.
So what time did you about wake up this morning?
About 6:30 or so.
Normal day this morning, wake up? Just you, your sister, niece?
Gonna go do something fun today.
Anybody else in the house besides you three this morning?
My nephew's at school.
Arizona homeowners, by flipping this switch, I never have to pay a high electric bill ever again. You can too if you have a power meter like this on the side of your house. You can actually
It was just you, your sister, and the kids.
Yeah.
And then he comes over, and now it's about 20, 30 minutes ago, roughly.
Roughly.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you.
I couldn't understand what you were saying.
No, I just needed more units because the wife is out front. She doesn't know it's 911. I haven't told her that either. And the child is there too. So that's the wife and his child. That's right there. Okay. So what about,
Is this guy visiting?
yes, he's the brother of the wife. And he was staying with his sister. Okay. There was I guess it was a domestic this morning, and they left. And it was just him and the brother-in-law. And the brother-in-law hit him in the head with a bat. His bedroom, he grabbed his gun to put the bat down. The guy didn't, so he shot him in the chest. Okay. All right. So he lives in Santan Valley, just over here visiting. Just on vacation. So husband, I guess, lives in Texas, but I haven't got all that information. But the husband, the deceased, doesn't live in the house. He lives out of state.
Oh, okay.
All right. Okay. So haven't even talked to her yet.
Okay.
Well,
I'm waiting for CID to get here.
Yeah.
See what they want to do. So.
Okay. So do you you only live in Santan Valley, so why is it just easier to just hang out here?
I was just here late last night, sleep the night.
Gotcha. Okay. Are you and your sister pretty close?
Yeah, we're planning to go do something today.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Okay. Minus the advertisements. That was, there's a lot of great information there. Let me ask you this question as we go into this. Do you think, remember when the officer was talking with the sergeant there right at the end? Do you think that the officer believes Charles is telling him the truth at this point in time? Yeah, I think the officer does, because he said to him something to the effect of, yeah, the brother-in-law came at him with a bat, and so he shot him. And it's just kind of like, just matter of fact, and that he just accepted it. And I think that he believes that Charles is telling the truth at this point in time. And we're going to go into this statement believing that Charles is telling us the truth. And we're going to see if Charles talks us out of that. And Kim wants to know, was his head checked for any injury? And so two comments on that. Number one, it's almost better not to know if there was any injuries on his head, because that biases us. And we want to go into this free of any bias. We want to just let the statement guide our thought process. We want the statement to tell the story. We want to know what's going on in his mind to produce this language. And so let me just say that, yes, his head was checked for injury. And at the end of this, if I forget to come back to it, Kim, make sure that you remind me to tell you about the injuries, because I don't want to bias this. Okay. Chris says the officer did feed him responses without knowing he had. Yeah, he did. The officer did feed. He asked questions and answered the questions in some of his language. Right during the questioning, he gave an answer, and all that Chad had to do a couple times is just say, "Yeah, that's how it happened." Yeah. So yeah, Sean, there was contamination from the beginning. Not all of it, but there was some. So if there's enough of it that's, you know, he asked Chad to explain some things, and Chad had to come up with the answers. So there's a lot of it that's really good for analysis. Yeah, there was crucial moments, and that's really typical. I see this all the time. I used to do it when I talked to people, you know, years ago. And then after I started understanding, you know, the concept of this, I quit doing that. But it's real common. I see it all the time in detectives' interviews. They get to this crucial part, and I don't know what happens, but I don't know why, but they tend to provide an answer within the question, and not everyone, but I've seen it happen. So anyway, yeah, it sounds like Doug says the officer wanted to believe it was self-defense, and I don't know whether he wanted to believe it or he just did believe it, but yeah, that's what it sounds like. And Marty says he interrupted while Alex was answering his questions. I keep saying Chad, don't I? It is Alex. So yeah, he would interrupt once in a while, and there's a reason that sometimes they might interrupt. The first responders might interrupt is when they need to get some critical information out to get it to other officers and whatnot. I don't think this was one of those times. I think he could have figured out pretty quickly that there's really nothing I need to get out. There's not another suspect on the loose with a gun that's going to be shooting people and things like that. So he should have took his time with this. It's really easy for us to armchair quarterback, but it's what we do, and it's how we learn, so that going forward we don't make the mistakes. Yeah, okay, so let's dig into this. So I like this first question that the officer answered or asked, what happened today? And then he softened it. How did it get to this? And I get what he was doing. I think those are two distinct questions, though, that should have been asked separately. But I get what he was doing. But the first one, what happened today? And Alex's answer, yeah, I don't know. So Chris said there's no commitment. I don't know. He was enraged. So that answer right away, here's the thing is, everyone has an idea. I don't know. So let's note that he's psychologically in the statement first. Should we do that? Okay, and I'm going to change the color here so we can keep track of this. Psychologically in a statement. Chris says he uses I and tells us he doesn't know what happened. Yeah, so because he uses the I, you know, he's giving us he's psychologically in there with this negative response. I don't know, rather than telling us what happened. And he could have latched on to the other question, how did it get to this? But I think I don't know which one he's answering here, actually, to tell you the truth. He's telling us what he doesn't know. And what my thought process here is that, you know, with the I don't know, I can see almost giving Alex a pass with this, because, I would, in order to give him a pass, I would have to see other things come into play rather quickly. And so what I'm getting at is that, you know, when these types of things occur, it happens so fast that sometimes we're just left scratching our head and going, man, what in the heck happened? How did this happen so quickly? And you know, we're just, I mean, those of you that have been in a critical incident like this will know what I'm talking about. It's like, holy cow. And even though we do know exactly what happened, it's like, how in the world did this happen? And we're asked what happened. And I've heard this come out of the mouth of people, I don't know, but then they just go into, they'll say I don't know, and then they'll immediately go into exactly how it happened and what happened. And typically I can't get them to shut up. I don't want to get them to shut up, but they'll just keep going. I couldn't get them to shut up if I wanted to, because they just have this need to blurt it out, just like, oh my gosh, and they explain it, and it's just kind of like they're just spewing it out. So he's in the negative. And I'm going to get to your comments here in just a second. Everyone has an idea. In a de facto dramatic this could be a natural initial response. But would be followed quickly with a lot of information. Okay, so let me back up here. There's a lot of comments here. I don't want to miss them. He doesn't know he was enraged. Yeah, and I get the typos. We're trying to type quick, Chris, and everyone else. It's I get it. Sean, would you consider this an improper social intro for the brother-in-law? No, I don't think we're looking for good social introductions right at this point. I mean, there's a time and place for that, and so I would give that a pass right now. Chris, I get giving him a pass at this point, seeing how it develops in the statement. Yeah, we want this to develop rather quickly. In order to give, if he gets a pass, it has to develop quickly. Chris, there is no social intro at this point. Yeah, shock response. Yeah, we would expect to gain info. Very good, very good. Okay, so I don't know. He was enraged, so that's his answer. I'm not sure which question he's answering. He was enraged. Okay, good. Past tense, he was enraged. Past tense, Marty, when was he enraged? Okay. So let's put all this down here in the subsection. So we expect more information. Exactly who was enraged, and I know it's kind of a given, but we're going to pick this apart. We want more information out of this. We want him to say, yeah, Charles was enraged, or just be a little more specific, hopefully. And if it doesn't come right now, we want it to come rather quickly. We want to know, what does enraged look like, sound like, feel like, all these things. What explain that? Explain enraged. What else? What else could we put in there? How did it get to this? I don't know. He was enraged. Any other thoughts on that before we move on? I think that's the main thing. We expect that explanation. Expected. Oh, victim blaming. Someone said that earlier, and okay, I don't know. He was enraged. Okay, yeah, that's right, Doug. I remember that now. Victim blaming. So we have victim blaming. Now, let me ask this question. Is this appropriate? Would it be appropriate to enrage, to blame the victim if it was an altercation between you and the victim? Yeah, Doug says possibly at this time. At this, John says, yeah, at this point, yes. And I would agree. He needs to, there needs to be justification. I'm gonna back up for shooting the victim. I'm gonna get this all on the same page. So I think that there would be, or that blaming the victim at this point might be appropriate because he needs to justify it. Great points. All right, so next question. Well, what's going on? What happened? What happened? I love that question. So his response is, he was talking about my sister earlier. Chris says, he was talking about my sister. This is soft in language for someone who was enraged. Good point. Talking about, not talking to her, not expected language. Who was he talking about his sister to? Okay, all good points. He was talking about my sister earlier. Okay. Soft language about a shooting. So his priority I don't like this. I expect a justification right away. Let me just add that here. So let me ask all of you in law enforcement or military, anyone that's been in any kind of traumatic situation, such as a shooting, where you have shot somebody, or shot at somebody or a dog or whatever, or have maybe you investigated the shooting after the fact, you heard about it. What typically is the first thing that comes out of your mouth or comes out of the mouth of the shooter when asked what happened? What's the first thing that comes out of their mouth? Marty says, what happened just before they shot? Okay. It happened so fast. What else? Why they shot? Yeah, Doug, why they shot? Like, for example, if someone asked me the question and I was a little stunned at that point, and I said, I don't know, I would follow it immediately with, I don't know. He just all of a sudden he had a knife in his hand. He was coming at me with a knife. I don't know. All of a sudden he pulled a gun out of nowhere, and immediately, whatever it is, we're gonna get that justification for the shooting. He swung at me. So, yeah, something like that. We expect the justification for the shooting. So we do not have that here. Yeah, whatever action was directed towards them. This is soft language for a shooting. His priority and justification for the shooting is that he was talking about my sister earlier, which is, this is, he is not specific about what was being said, or what was said. Shooting is vague. There you go. That's the word I'm looking for. That encompasses everything. Nate says, so could it have something to do with why he shot him? Nate, explain that more. Could it have something to do with why he yeah, it's vague. He was talking about my sister earlier. I could say, I guess I already said that, really. Why is this important in context of shooting Lori Vallow? Okay, let me back up here. Look at these. Okay, he was cut off by the officer during that answer. Okay, Nate says brain leakage. He is upset about something that was said about his sister. Okay, he could be upset. Chris, it happened earlier. How much earlier? Okay. Nate says, or is that where the argument started? And Chris wants to know when this happened. When did he talk about his sister? Yeah, these are all good questions. And so, it's one thing. And I remember the officer did cut him off, and we can see it in the language of the next question. No, what happened today? So the officer is automatically assuming that this was earlier, like not today, or not. He just wants to know about the shooting. And so this is one of those things that this is why we want so much this training to get out to everybody, is that we want every officer to know Don't cut them off. Ask one question at a time and let them give the answer, and then clarify what they say. What do you mean earlier? What do you mean by enraged? Explain that. Man, if everyone did that, it would be so awesome to our investigations. Okay, so let me look at these others. Chris, when did he talk about his sister? Doug, trying to formulate his story. Okay, yes, good. Chris, it does look like story building. Yep. Chris isn't really answering the question of what happened. Yeah, he's kind of avoiding. I'm just going to say at this, let me put this back up with the vague. Getting right to the point. He's not getting right to the point, which is expected. So the officer cuts him off, says, no. What happened today, though? Just like within the last 20 minutes. Oh, this kills me. You guys have seen how when the right question is asked, an open-ended question, the response that we get will often be where this whole thing initiated. And so this talking with his sister earlier could be where this whole incident began. And you know, what I've noticed is that our brain reaches out and it grabs words that encompass both the answer we want to give and what our brain knows and is trying to hide. And words like this, with the brain leakage, talking with my sister earlier, it leads me to believe that this whole thing started with talking with his sister. He didn't say he was talking with his wife, that Charles was talking with his wife. He said he was talking with my sister earlier. Let's think about that for a second. And while we're mulling over that, Sonny, can you explain what you just said? I rarely believe, I don't know. Explain that to me. And so, yeah, I'm wondering now if did this incident let me say for Alex. Did this incident begin earlier while talking, and I'm going to use his language, talking with my sister? I've seen this happen hundreds of times where they grab this language that encompasses even the things that they don't want us to know. And this sure seems like it to me. He didn't say, I don't know, he was talking with Lori earlier. He was talking with his wife earlier. He said my sister.
Steve?
Yeah, go ahead.
He said he was talking about his sister, not with her or to her.
Okay, let me see. About. Okay, good point, Marty. Thank you. talking about my sister. All right, thank you for pointing that out to me. He was talking about my sister earlier. Not specific about what was said. Make sure I didn't screw this up in the comments. Why is this information in context of shooting Charles Vallow? Why is this important in context of shooting Charles Vallow? Vague so far as avoiding getting right to the point. What was it? All right, good deal. Thank you for that. Sonny, people usually know what they think and what happened during an event. My experience is that they have fear, so their brains block things until emotions are down. Oh, okay. Yeah, good point. The brains block things until emotions are down. Okay. So they don't want to be forthright right away. They let their emotions subside a little bit, and then they start to lay it out. All right, good. And for those of you that don't know, Sonny is this is her profession in the mental health industry. She's a therapist, so she has some very valuable insight for us when it comes to things like this. So thank you, Sonny. Okay, so the officer then interrupts. No, it happened today, like within the last 20 minutes. So here it is. He came at me with a bat. Okay, let me just back up. Brittany says, piggybacking off Sonny's comment, people saying, I don't know, to me sounds similar to I never, I always language. Okay. Good comment. And I'm going to go ahead and put Sonny's comment in here. Okay. And that was a good comment, Brittany. I don't know, to me sounds similar to I never, I always like, it's avoidance. It's definitely avoidance. Chris says width equals distance between a bat, a known, not the bat, and me. Okay, it always creates distance. Good question. How did he come at you? Tell me more about that. Yeah, we're gonna expect that. Brittany, can be used to create distance as well. Yes, good job, Chris. That's what we just said, yeah. Chris, is that a big skip in time? How did we go from talking about his sister to coming at him with a bat? You know what did that, Chris, was the officer helped him out. He allowed him to quit speaking and then focus his attention to just the last 20 minutes. And so it sent this message to Alex that I really don't care about the other stuff that your brain's mulling over right now. Just give me the nuts and bolts of this, is the message the officer was giving. And it was an error, but that's what we got. Casey, he came at me is soft language. What does that really mean? Oh, very good. Very good. Chris, he was redirected. He redirected him. Yeah. Sean also cut him off. Okay. Yeah. Good points. So let me just put that here. Okay, the officer cut off, redirected, about when and where this incident began. When and where this incident began. Was an error, okay. He only wants the nuts and bolts. I'm just going to say he gave permission, gave Alex permission. He gave Alex permission to leave information out and only provide the nuts and bolts of what happened in the last 20 minutes. And then some of your points was he came at me. Let me say it's vague. Let me say it's vague. It's vague language. What does that look like, feel like, sound like? We have a lot of questions there. Yeah, Sean says he would have kept talking if he wasn't interrupting mid sentence. Yeah, I agree. Chris repeats the word came. He came at me with a bat. Oh, later on, we'll get to that. Yeah. Came at me with a bat, didn't say swinging it or threatening him with the bat. It could have been held at his side. Yeah, we don't know. That's Kim Wyatt that said that. I'm going to copy and paste that. Okay, good. Sean agrees. Chris repeating came at me with the bat, came to pick up his son. It's very soft language still for an attack. It resulted in a person needing to shoot another person. Okay. Marty says, can you explain how he came at me as soft? It's all those things we just talked about. It doesn't explain. We're talking about a shooting here, so we expect to know exactly what was going on with that bat. We expect some significant actions with that bat, and came at me as vague. And so vague would be the more appropriate term rather than soft. We hear, and when we analyze, we kind of use that word soft to mean the same thing. Chris says there's no description of how he came at me. He rushed, yelling, swinging at the bat. Yeah, we expect a full description. What occurred? Justify the shooting. So those of us that have experienced Instigated situations, similar. So they will immediately spit out what happened in vivid and justifiable language. Okay, let me catch up on some comments here. Casey Robinson, sometimes people use the words came at me to describe a verbal attack. Yeah, that's a very good point. Sean, lack of emotion for having just shot someone, would expect more. Okay, good. We might give him a pass if it was apparent that he was kind of in shock over it. I've seen both ways. I've seen people just like kind of distraught that they shot someone and just kind of clam up. I've seen officers that just shot someone and their hands were shaking. You know, I had to make them holster their weapon. They had it still pointed at the suspect, even though he was down, and they were just shaking uncontrollably. And this is like hardcore veteran officers that, you know, are hard chargers, and they still broke down like that with, you know, as far as emotions. So I would expect something like that. Chris says they do, but more descriptive language should follow as the statement goes on. Chris, so far as he remains very vague, this is someone he has known for years and just shot him. Good. He was calm. He put his weapon away. It took a minute to gather himself, his words. So the words came at me are something you should describe. Verbal altercation. Okay, good. We're just shooting someone. So we'll look to see if this continues. So some people have some type of emotional display. All those things that we just talked about. Let's see. Marty says his body posture when he was sitting on the curb looks like he feels defeated, like he knows he is in trouble, not angry, agitated, defensive. He seems very calm. I wouldn't say defeated, but he's very calm. And it's difficult to tell from someone seated on the but he does seem very calm. Chris says, I agree, Marty, he was very calm for such an event. It isn't like he shoots people every day. This was a new thing. Hopefully he doesn't shoot people every day. We don't know. Let's see what his language says. We can't make that assumption for sure. Next question he asks. Is he living here or visiting? He says, no, he came to pick up his son. Okay, so he came. Repeated twice now. We have his son. I'm just going to note that he didn't say their son. Could be minor, but I don't know. I don't know what to think about that. No, is he living here or visiting? No, he came to pick up his son. So just out of here, he answered the question. Additional information, and I believe it was contextual. Information. I don't know, let me see. It's actually the reason he came there. I don't know, was it contextual information? Because what we can do here, he came there to pick up his son. This is in blue. It's a reason why. Doug says, sounds very matter of fact. Yeah, like, he answered the question, the reason he came there. Take that out. All right, Chris. Chris says, took him leakage to school. We haven't got there yet. He came to pick up his son. He came to pick up his son. Question is he living here or visiting? No. He came to pick, so the question required this answer. This is contextual. Rachel says, for his son, he didn't say my nephew. Did he not have a close relationship with JJ? Well, you know what? Whether he had a close relationship with JJ or not, Yeah, I think it's a good point, Rachel, that he didn't say my nephew. So it indicates that there was probably a good solid relationship between Charles and his son. And Doug's right. The question elicited the answer. So I'm going to rephrase that. Yeah, that's a good point, Doug. Good way to phrase it. And so in Alex's verbalized perception of reality. So it wasn't not my nephew. So in his mind, Charles is close to the son, closer than Alex would be. And the point here is that sometimes when there's separation and pending divorce or things like that, that there will be sides taken, and all of a sudden an uncle feels more ownership or responsible for sister's kids and feels like he's better fit, better role model than maybe dad is, but that's not this case. It shows up in his language. Marty says he keeps asking or questions, so it's hard to know which one is being answered. Oh, yeah, he keep dual questions. Yeah, he does, and that's a problem. Okay, good. Anything else on that? I think that's really good. So the officer answers or asks, is his son inside? No. My sister took him to school. Is his son inside? No. My sister took him to school. Okay. So the question is answered, and then contextual. So this is an appropriate explanation. Kim says, if Charles were there to pick up JJ, why did he get taken to school? Was the visit not planned? Charles was actually going to take him to school, is my understanding. So I don't know how long Charles had been there in town and the scope of that, but I know that he had planned on taking him to the school. That's a good question. Let's say, let me copy. Whoops, I'm gonna redo that, obviously. Again. Okay, Doug says take to school before or after shooting. What we need to note here is that it was Charles was expected okay. Let me grab some comments. Nate, the answer by itself is reasonable, but in the overall context of the statement thus far, it begins to contradict previous statements and doesn't make sense overall. Sean says if he was there to take him to school, why was he still at the school, at the house, and the wife left with the son for school? Okay, good questions. Sue, was this a setup by Alex and his sister to create confrontation with Charles? Okay, yeah, and that's what I was just getting at here. He was expected, Charles was expected to be there at the house. We saw indications of let me say we indications of storytelling. Good. Good, good, good. He came to pick up his son. So if he came to pick up his son, here's my question. And I think this is what, I think it was Nate you were getting at. To pick up his son. When was he talking about Alex's sister earlier? What is earlier? I agree with you guys. There's things, it's not quite making sense within the language. We see a little bit of contradiction coming through. Yeah, great. Okay, so the officer asks, okay, so it was just you at the house? Yes. Oh, wait a minute. I think we have a big problem here, don't you think? I'll get your comments. Rather than me just type it in here, let me get to your comment. Sean, I think we would have heard that answer earlier in the statement if the officer had not cut him off. We very well could have. Doug says major problem with his statement. Yeah, I agree. And I think that I'm thinking that this applies right there. So it was just you at the house? Yes. This tells us that Charles was coming, even though they knew he was coming. We're already gone. Had already left the house. That's a very appropriate term right here, because there is missing information. I know that's ours, we're putting that in, but it's very appropriate here. Sue, who takes her child to school after all this conflict? It sounds like, Sue, that they might have taken him to school prior to the conflict. My sister took him to school. Okay, so it was just you at the house? Yes. Am I reading this wrong? Alex alone in the house. When Charles, and I'm going to say the word that Alex used, came. Charles came.
Steve, I'm confused.
Well, that doesn't tell me anything. Tell me why you're confused.
Well, because wasn't there a niece with a bat and all that before? So they were there when they were all there together.
We don't know any of that yet in the statement.
Okay.
All we know is he was talking about my sister earlier.
Uh-huh.
Came at me with a bat.
Got it.
He came to pick up his son. So it was just you at the house? Yes.
I
Alex
got you.
told us it was just him at the house.
Thank you.
Okay. So let me get to back up in the comments. Doug, as quickly as she reappeared, she had to have picked him up before the shooting. So this shooting happened in the morning when JJ was supposed to be at school. She had to have picked him up before the, yeah, so she would have had to have taken him prior to the shooting because she did arrive on scene, which we know later on, which we're interjecting here, but just according to the statement, without even knowing that, I mean, that information that we're going to see later on is going to verify what we're seeing here in the statement. Kim says from the video, the daughter also rode to school with JJ and Lori, so she wouldn't be a witness. Very possible. Still, we're jumping ahead. Sean, later in the statement, he talks about his wife and daughter leaving the house. Okay, and we'll get to that. But all that is going to come into play. This is real interesting that we don't even have to know that later on to know, because we have it right here. We have it right here, but that outside knowledge and what comes later on and what we can see on the video and everything definitely is going to affirm what we're seeing in the language right now. That's a great piece of information right there. So the officer says, and he came, how long? He doesn't know what to ask. What time did he pick up his son? Well, wait a minute. What time did he pick up his son? Well, he didn't. The officer has misunderstood. I don't know, about 20 minutes ago, maybe. There's a conflict. Let's see. Okay, Sean says, we have an I don't know again. Very good. Kim Wyatt, he used the 20-minute time frame the officer provided him. He did. And because he says, I don't know, about 20 minutes ago, maybe. There's no commitment to that. 20 minutes. Okay, good. Okay, good. No commitment. I don't know is repeated often. Okay, good. Let's back up just a second. I want to see that 20-minute deal. Officer introduced 20 minutes. No one else did, right? He didn't. Yep, that's a really good point. He used the 20-minute time frame previously introduced by the officer. Good. All right, very good. Okay, so you know who he is. Let him in. Yeah. No, I think they were talking earlier, then she left. There we go. And then he got into it with me. Okay, so you know who he is. Let him in. Yeah. No, I think they were talking earlier, then she left. Okay, I'm gonna get your comments on this. Marty, the time scrolling in the video looks like the time is 15:43. Isn't that? Yeah, Marty, that is, that would be 3:43 p.m., but this actually happened in the morning. So I don't know if the timestamp was off or what, but this occurred in the morning when JJ was supposed to be going to school.
Yeah, so the reason I'm asking is because if he's saying, well, what happened in the last 20 minutes? That was hours before. I don't understand.
No, what I'm saying is that timestamp could be off in the video. We know that this happened in the morning. And Brittany's confirming this. In fact, Brittany works for this agency, so she's saying sometimes the acts on camera timestamps aren't always accurate. Okay, good. Thanks for that, Brittany. Yeah, so Doug says he caught himself and redirected. KCS, no commitment with I think. Very good. Sean, time gap, and then equals missing info. Yep, very good. Doug, he cannot keep his story correct. Has to rethink what he wants to say. Very good. Sean, time stamp on cameras are set to Greenwich Mean Time. Oh, very good. That's great information. Not set to current location time. Okay, that's fantastic info. And I've seen it both ways. I've seen acts on cameras, some where they had the accurate time and a lot that did not. So that's good time. I didn't know that they were set to Greenwich Mean Time. So that's great information. In fact, that would be, if it was Greenwich Mean Time, we're what, 7, depending on the time of year, 7 hours behind. So that would be what, 8 o'clock, somewhere near the 8 o'clock in the morning. That's about right. Maybe 8:45-ish, if I just did that math correctly in my head. Sean said they're rarely set to local time. All right, so that answers that question. Okay, good. Okay. So let's break down what he said here. He's redirected. Answered one of the questions. in the affirmative. Then redirected. No. I think they were talking earlier and then she left. He added info that, how do I say this? That he added info to a previous response. On its face, is it important to the investigation? On its face, is it important to the investigation? No. Why did he include it? All this. Let me see what you guys have to say here. Let me back up. Kim Wyatt, Alex used earlier a few times, like 15 minutes earlier, an hour or what, and they were talking, not arguing. Okay, good points. Earlier, without, still without clarification. Exactly when? Last night, yesterday. We don't know. Very good. Sean, yeah. Emphasis on a true part of his statement. Okay, good. Very good. I'm going to add that right here. Emphasis on something true. It's very good. Doug, he put both of them there, but earlier stated that only he and Charles were there. Conflict in his story. He put them, both of them there earlier. I think they were talking earlier.
Early, he put Lori and the children there with Charles, but before he said it was just he and Charles that were there.
Yeah, he said, so maybe I'm not seeing it, but he said, I mean, he brought this up earlier in the statement, right? That he was talking about my sister. Where was that? Here. He was talking about my sister earlier, which still doesn't put Lori there. Came to pick up his son. So it was just you at the house? Yes. So it's just them. And he came, how long, what time did he pick up his son? 20 minutes ago. So you know who he is? You let him? Yeah. No, I think they were. They were talking earlier, then she left. And then he got into it with me. So he's got earlier, which is unknown. Didn't mean to do that. It's that early. He wants us all he wants us to interpret. Whoops. Which is a losing proposition for us. If we do it. Sean says, because Alex did in fact let him inside. Yeah, I agree. He did let him in. Casey S. And then he got into it. Temporal lacuna. Oh, and then he got into it with me. Let me come back to that. He thinks someone was talking earlier, and then who left? He says she left. All right, Steve, you got to go take care. Casey Robinson, he included it because it's important to him, to his story. Yeah, it's important to him. Marty, maybe he meant it was just the two of them in the house when the shooting occurred. Well, that's what's definitely coming out in his language for sure. Good point, Marty. Sean, initially he stated the victim was talking about the wife. Now states they were talking, indicating they were talking together. He says they got into it. He got into it with me. And Marty says, Steve, I wonder if there was no one else there at any time that morning. He arrives expecting to pick up his son and does not find him there, and an argument happens. That's a very good point. Let's go back to the language. So you know who he is. Let him in. Yeah. Emphasizing, yeah, I know who he is. I let him in. Now he adds this extra info. And if it doesn't contextually flow and help us, then it's like doubly important for you and I, and which I think is the case here. He says, no, I think they were talking earlier, then she left. I think they were talking. So there's no commitment that they were talking earlier. I think they were talking earlier, then she left. Either he told us before that they were talking earlier. He was talking. No, he didn't. He was talking about my sister. She left, critically withheld information, and then he got into it with me. It could be that Charles showed up and JJ was already gone. I could understand him being upset if that was the case. So what we do know from the language there's no commitment that Charles and Lori were talking earlier. He wants to assume it was so. I think they were talking earlier. Then she left. Info. And then he got into it with me. And then beginning a sentence is withheld information. And I'll tell you that these two go hand in hand. Okay. So this is going to be 30%. Got into it. He's leaving this up to us to he wants us to interpret it, and we can't do that. Let me get to the comments. Kim Wyatt, they could have talked on the phone too. Yeah, they could have. Ah, very good. Sue, Alex, and Lori are staging the event. It's very, very possible. Laura Hoffman, I agree with Susan. And we saw this earlier. Was this a setup? And we have to ask this again. Was this staged? Let me back up to, he repeated earlier. Put Laura's comment in here. There's no explanation. Okay, good. And Sean says he is already leading us down a rabbit hole. The statement is not concise and simple. Okay, very good. That's a clue for us. So officer says, like, what do you mean? And I think he's asking, I wish he would have been more specific, but he's asking regarding Alex's statement about he got into it with me. Like, what do you mean? I don't know. He was accusing me of, oh, then the fire truck interrupted. That's killer. I don't know. He was accusing me. Okay, so break this down. Yeah. And Chris, I got your message, but put it to everybody. Sean says, I don't know, for a third time. Doug says, what a shame he didn't finish this. Yeah, what a shame, for sure. Chris, pausing and redirecting thought. Yep. Holding back info, deception. Sean says, Doug, he wasn't prepared for that question and didn't know how to answer it. Okay, that happens all the time. They think that they can give us just a little bit and that we'll fill it in. And so they don't prepare everything. That is so common. Whereas opposite of that, you guys have all talked to people in your investigations that are de facto innocent and they're just reporting something that's significant that happened to them, and they just keep spitting out this information, unless they're involved in something shady, and in which case we see them holding back information like gangbangers and drug dealers and whatnot. But otherwise, de facto innocent people that have something happen to them, they are involved in something, they just will spit out the information, and it's hard to get them to slow down for a little bit. Kim White says, if someone was yelling, accusing me of something, I would remember what they were accusing me of. Yeah, you're going to remember, especially this is 20 minutes ago. So you're definitely going to remember. So we have the hesitation, which is unexpected. Times 3, I believe it was. Okay. Lack of commitment. You should remember 20 minutes ago. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, Chris says he's redirecting his thought and withholding info. He was accusing me of this is significant. So we have this interruption. The officer says, let me back up. Doug, you said indication of storytelling, not recollection. Explain why you're saying that. I agree with you. Can you articulate that? He's not pulling from memory. How do you know that? What is it that, how do you know he's not pulling from memory?
If he was pulling from memory, he would be able to recall it instantly and say this happened, as opposed to I don't know. He's thinking, trying to create a memory to fill in the blank of the question.
Okay, good. And when people create a memory, they have to now mimic everything that goes on to create that memory, which is those neuron connections in the brain associated with everything that we experienced, our emotions, everything we felt, everything we heard, everything we smelt, tasted, saw, all those things create these neuron connections. And as such, it flows out of our mouth very easy. It flows out of our brain to our tongue, to our pen, whatever it is. And when we have to create that and mimic all that, what a daunting task that is. And it's very, very difficult to do. Very few people, if any, are able to actually do that. It takes a very practiced liar to mimic all that. And most of the time they don't actually succeed at that. They do a smoke screen, a smoke and mirrors type thing, where they redirect our thoughts, and so that we deflect. They deflect our thought process, and so that we buy it. I'm talking about we in general public. And Susan, I'm not going to talk about his head injury until later on. I don't want to influence any of this, good or bad. Okay. The officer says, come on over here, that truck's gonna be loud. And then he follows up, what was he accusing you of? Great. And I don't know if you remember in that video, but this long pause was significant. I'm gonna put significantly. I don't know. He was just yelling at me. Okay. All right. I'm gonna let the dogs out on this one, guys. He goes back to his attempt to create a memory. Christine, just qualifier. Yeah, so we have the just. He was just yelling at me. We have, I don't know, now 4 times. No commitment. Just is a dependent word. It's actually minimizing. Still did not answer what Charles was accusing him of. So this says back to what did we just say, Doug? Trying to create a memory. Did not happen. Yeah. I don't know. He was just yelling at me. Could be that Charles was upset and JJ was gone. It's definitely not accusatory. If it happened. If. Yeah, lacks a specific threat. I'm just going to lack specificity. No threat. No accusation. Very good. So the pause be vomiting the information. That's graphic. It should just be spewing out of him. Any other thoughts on that? That's good. Really good. So the officer keeps digging. Okay, what was he yelling at you about? About my sister. Because I had broken up a tussle with them earlier, and he told me not to interfere anymore with them or I'd pay. And he came at me with a bat. Okay. I think we can rip this one apart. Gonna look at the comment. Chris starts with a pause of thought because blue is a reason of breaking up a tussle. No, the blue is the reason for the about my sister, which he's referring to yelling What was he yelling at you about? About my sister. And here's why. Because I had broken up a tussle with them. So it's about the sister. That's the reason why. Still yelling about his sister, not at his sister, but this occurred earlier. Told equals firm language, and a bat, still an unfamiliar object in language. Okay. Laura Hoffman, his story continues to change. Before they were just talking, and now there was a tussle. Yeah, now there's a tussle. He added that in. Doug says tussle is an interesting word. Chris says tussle is soft language. Kim Wyatt says now we have earlier again. And Sean came at me with a bat, used for a second time, possibly a scripted statement. Okay, good. I agree with that. Came at me with a bat. What was he yelling at you about? About his sister, yet noticeably are the words he yelled and specifics. Other specifics. This is highly sensitive. We know, I was going to say, we know this is he followed it the reason why. He's like concealing information. Again, this earlier. Tussle. This word tussle reminds me of Jussie Smollett when he claimed that he was attacked by the guys on the street with the MAGA hats on, and he said they got into a tussle, which is soft language when he's talking about being mugged. Earlier. This is new info. Story is evolving, changing, and he told me not to interfere anymore with them or I'd pay. I'd broken up a tussle with him earlier. And actually, you know, what's real interesting in this is that this whole thing here, I had broken up a tussle with them earlier. I hope you can see this. That is a reason for him talking about the sister. See if I can change the color here. It's a reason for that. And he told me not to interfere anymore with them or I'd pay. And he came at me with a bat. This whole thing is also, let me see, how can I phrase this? There's a reason within a reason. And he told me not to interfere anymore with them or I'd pay. This all sets the stage for that. It sets the stage. I hope that makes sense. Let me get to comments. I'm going to back up before I write too much. Where was I? Okay, Chris says still doesn't expand on what came at me looks like. Good. Doug, still no commitment for a threat, only a vague indication. He is hoping for us to interpret his meaning. Yeah, excellent. Good. Chris, Hanford, earlier he said, I think they were talking. Now he knows they were in a tussle. All right, good. Chris Hanford, I'm going to copy and paste that. Okay, excellent. Kim Wyatt, he originally said he thought Charles and Lori talked, then she left. Now he had to break up a tussle between them. Totally different stories. Yeah. Okay, let me just look at that. Because I had broken up a tussle with them earlier. He told me not to interfere anymore with them or I'd pay, and he came at me with a bat. Wyatt, I'm gonna copy that. Okay, very good. Sean, or I'd pay, justification for having to shoot the victim. Yeah, that's it. Marty, telling someone they might pay in the future and immediately going at someone with a bat do not fit as a credible statement. Okay. You know, and that is a good point, or I'd pay. He told me not to interfere anymore with them or I'd pay, and he came at me with a bat. So I'd pay. It's a good point, Marty. To future spell that wrong. That's it. Little brain fade. Or I'd pay. It's a reference to future repercussions. not an immediate response. So this is, he has he's confused his own story. That's really good. Chris Kelly, when they begin a sentence with "and," it can be a sign of deception. It builds the story. So here's the thing with "and." It's a connecting. It connects one thing with the other. When they begin the sentence with it, it's just he's connecting with what he said before with what he's now saying. It's not always a sign of it's not always a sign when it's that short. Let me put it this way. Oftentimes when they use "and," it is an indication that they're telling the truth, because we expect connections between one statement and another, one sentence and another, one thought and another. And like you can hear it in my voice, I'm using it right now. I'm connecting two statements, and it's often a sign of veracity. It's when we see added effort, added cognitive energy to begin that statement, and then after, that's an indication that they are leaving out information. The more effort that it takes, the more information they're leaving out, the more time they've skipped over. I hope that makes sense. And if it doesn't, just let me know and I'll try to readdress that. Chris, I would have liked to ask him to describe what a tussle is. Yeah, me too. Sue, but look who paid with his life. Yeah, Chris Kelly, it is a form of justification, but a weak one, as it would have happened at a later time. Okay. Marty, he also jumped from past to present. Yeah, very good. Chris, would the word anymore mean besides the tussle, has Alex interfered prior? Wouldn't Charles say, don't interfere again, if that was a one-time thing? Oh, okay. Let me look at that. Anymore. Don't interfere anymore. And he told me, and he told me not to interfere anymore with them. You know what that is? That's a very good point, Chris Hanford. I think that confirms that this is something for future reference. Anymore, or I'd pay, is a reference to future repercussions, not an immediate response. He's confused his own story. Very good point. I'm glad you added that in. Anymore, or I'd pay. Reference to, okay, good. And he's still not answering. He's creating more questions. Okay. Very good. About my sister, I'd broken up tussle with him earlier, and he told me not to interfere anymore with him or I'd pay. And he came at me with a bat. He came at me with a bat. Do this. All right, so we don't know. He's not wanting to give us specifics of this. It appears this is not experiential language. So he's attempting to mimic or create an experiential event. Does that make sense? Let's see, Chris, if he was, okay, did that one. Got Rachel. That is a quick escalation from being told to all of a sudden him coming at him with a bat. There's missing information about where the bat came from. Did he have it already? Did he go pick it up? What caused such an escalation? Yeah, you cut and paste that. Okay, good. Yeah, at this point in time, we can't believe him. It is odd phrasing to say, or you will pay. Yeah, it's future tense. It's future tense. Not like, it's not you're going to pay. You're going to pay, or I'm going to F you up. See, when we start throwing in those things that, what would a normal person say? How would I say this? What have I heard? And then we compare it, then it's like, this doesn't work. It just doesn't work. So this sounds scripted. Scripting, and one of you said something earlier that that it sounds like storytelling. A couple of you did actually. What were the words? I'm looking through the comments here if I can see it. It's too far back. I don't remember what you said, but you enumerated why you thought it was storytelling. There we go, Sean. Came at me with a bat. This is repeated sign of scripting. So I'll say this is repeated with no further explanation, no further detail. Sign of scripting. Good, 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 good. Rachel, it makes me think of a movie with a mobster. You're going to pay for that. Yeah. And that's what he wants you to assume. He wants you to assume that going forward. So they rarely think of everything. Okay. Let me give you, let's take a 15-minute break and I'll see you back here at 11.
This conference will now be recorded.
Okay, let's get back into this. So we went into this believing that Alex was going to tell us the truth. And I think what I'm seeing in your comments is that you're believing at this point that Alex is probably not being forthright with us, that he's probably not telling us the truth. It's not experiential. So let's see if the rest of the statement, we're not going to make a firm decision yet. I think we are seeing deception in his language. So it doesn't always mean that that he committed a crime. It means that there is deception regarding something. He's leaving information out. And in the context of a shooting that just occurred, and what we know and expect, that he should be providing a lot of information very quickly. It's not looking good. It's not looking real good. He's kind of painting this picture here. So I want to get the full picture of what's going on and out, who Alex is. I'm going to see how much he reveals about himself. So the next question the officer asks is, okay, so he showed up in the house with a bat in his hand. Alex says, no. Okay. Okay, so Alex says, there was a scuffle earlier with my sister and my niece. My niece got involved. So we now have, whoops. We now have the introduction of his niece. And you guys are making some comments here. Let me get it. Chris Kelly, he's withholding information and his story is changing. There is a change in language. Tussle, the scuffle. Where was the victim and his son or Alex during this? He only accounts for the mother and daughter. Now with the scuffle, with my sister and my niece that happened earlier. He doesn't say it was between the parents and adults. Now the niece got involved. He is story building, but appears to be losing track of his story and who is the they that left before he doesn't tell us. Great points. I'm going to attempt to, there's something with GoToMeeting, it won't record these comments in our chats, but I can record the chat log, and I'm going to see if I can get that added in when I give you the link. I don't know how that's going to turn out, if it's just totally separate or what, but I'm thinking that's the way it's going to be. Anyway, that's why I repeat what everyone writes in the chat, and why I'm putting some cutting and pasting some of the things here so that we have that record. Okay, and Sean said, change language from tussle to scuffle. Okay, good. You noted that too, as well as refers to my niece, close relationship, when previously referred to the nephew as his son. All right, good observation. Kim White hesitated after saying no. Then there was the scuffle compared to a tussle. Sounds like Lori and niece had the scuffle, not Charles. Yeah, I agree with that. There was a scuffle earlier with my sister and my niece. My niece got involved. And so at this point, it does sound like this scuffle was with Lori and her daughter, which is my niece. Let me do this. He takes ownership. That shouldn't be blue. That'll be confusing. My scuffle. Okay, now here's a thing. Let me ask you, what between scuffle and tussle, which one would be worse, more physical, I guess? What's your opinion on that? I'll make a note here. Okay, Marty, scuffle sounds worse. Doug, scuffle. Christine Kelly, they're both soft, weak descriptions to me. Laura, scuffle. Marty, applies physical confrontation. Chris Kelly's tussle, soft, fight, aggressive. Rachel, tussle is benign to me. I tussle with my kid's hair. However, scuffle is more physical. That's a good point, a good putting into context, Rachel. You tussle with her hair. Good. So, all right. The reason I ask is because we can, here's the rule of change in language. You can, I need to be careful how I say this. Kim, how early did these people get up? Everything happened earlier. Yeah, very good. We don't know how early that was. So, he can appropriately you know what, I'm going to come back to that. and what I'm talking about here is the change in language. That it's one thing to increase the dynamic of the change, and it's another to downgrade it. Here he's increasing it, and if there's a reason to increase it, then it could be okay. But when they downgrade it, that's where we get into trouble, actually. So it's changing scuffle. I'm just going to note scuffle is more physical. The story is ramping up as he goes. Introduction of my niece. What else do we have here? And then my niece got involved. There was a scuffle earlier with my sister and my niece. My niece got involved. Added info. What do you think about that? My niece got involved. Sean says he wants the officer to know the niece got involved. This is important to him. Good. Kim, how did niece get involved? Yep, good question. Chris Kelly, scuffle, an act or sound of moving in a hurried, confused, or shuffling manner. All right, there's the definition. Doug, agree with Sean. Okay, I do too. Sounds defensive. Chris Kelly, tussle, a vigorous struggle or scuffle. Okay. Typically in order to obtain or achieve something. Okay. All right, Sean. He introduces the bat, or she introduces the bat. Chris, when I look at it that way, I get it. Doug, niece getting involved sounds like a defensive act. Sean says bring it into the fold, justifying the shooting. Okay. Adding my niece got involved. But important to Alex. This is extra info, but important to Alex.
Steve, so
Yeah, go ahead.
maybe somebody already brought this up, but it sounds to me like Lori and someone else had a scuffle, and then the niece got involved in the scuffle. It's very confusing. Very confusing account of events.
Yeah, and that's so we can't interpret. We just have to go on what we have and try to figure out why is he using these words at this particular time? What's going on? Why is it important to say my niece got involved? So let's say we saw. I'm not going to say indications. We saw narrative building earlier. So we know he was narrative building, which is storytelling. So we want to know, is the niece's involvement imperative to his story? Okay. I'm going back to your comments. Sean brings it into the fold just from the shooting. Chris Kelly, he's adding people to the earlier events. Keeps adding, doesn't he? Sean, he has to explain how the bat is introduced into the incident. The niece helps that narrative. Okay. Incomplete social introduction, Rachel says. It is an incomplete social introduction for sure. The officer did ask who brought the bat. Did he already ask? He showed up at the house with a bat in his hand. There was a scuffle earlier with my sister and my niece. My niece got involved. Ah, the context is the question. Did he show up with the bat in his hand? Okay, good point, Chris Kelly. Sean says if the victim doesn't live at that location, how else would a bat be included in the altercation? Yeah. Sue needs another witness to justify actions. Perhaps. Chris Kelly, could he be implying the need to use such force by adding people into the tussle that occurred earlier? I would say that would only be the case if those people were being harmed or in danger, something like that. That's a good point. So why is he adding these people in? Sean says somebody else had to introduce it. Yeah. Rebuilding to reply to the question. Exactly. Okay, that's what we just said, Chris. Good. So Sean says, I agree with Christine, but he still had to explain how the victim obtained a bat, which is coming. So that's coming up. He did, the context is the question, did he show up with the bat in his hand? And so now he's introducing the niece. Okay, does that make sense? I think that's what you're all saying. Context, the question, did he show up with the bat in his hand? This caused him to introduce my niece. All right, good. And Marty, to answer your question, that's coming up. So the officer asked, so good for the officer. Earlier, meaning earlier this week, earlier this morning, very good. No, just this morning, before they left. We have our blue. Before your wife left? So let me just, I guess I better add this in. So we finally have that clarification. Earlier, prior to they left, also missing info. Who is they? Just say it's not clear. So he says, before your wife left, my sister, before your sister left, yeah. The officer should have asked, well, who's they? But he didn't. Okay, who lives here with you? Nobody, I don't live here. My sister lives here and my niece lives here. Lives here. Oh, isn't that interesting? He left out JJ. Wow. You just say, why? JJ lives. My sister lives. My niece lives. JJ lives. Interesting. Is he thinking? What is he thinking? Your comments. So Chris Kelly has a bit of distance in relationship with JJ, yeah. His son, he doesn't live there. He goes along with his son instead of my nephew. JJ wasn't alive. Yeah, JJ was alive, but lack of relationship with JJ. Rachel, this also goes against law of economy. Easier and expected would be my sister and niece live here, not my sister lives here and my niece lives here. Good point. Sean, the original narrative was the victim was there to pick up the son. Now he forgets the nephew, forgot his own story. Yeah, isn't that interesting? So my sister lives here and my niece lives here. So let's get Rachel's point. Violates the law of economy. Just state it twice. On my cursor here. Yeah, why is JJ disappearing? Is he projecting? I don't know if he is or not, but I'm wondering if he's projecting here. Yeah, or even my sister and her kids live here. Interesting. It's crazy what comes out in the language. So he says, and you're just visiting? I was visiting for the night. Now, keep in mind, I think he's going to ask here at some point in time, but this happened in Chandler, and Alex lives in Santan Valley, which is, I mean, 30 minutes probably from this location. And if this happened all at 8:45-ish, why is he visiting for the night? Why not just drive? That's investigative thinking right there, not analysis, but it's a good question. I think I missed your comment. Chris Hanford, is he avoiding mentioning JJ because maybe JJ will tell a different story and wants the cop to question the sister and niece instead because they would collaborate his story? It's a very good question. This is the second indication of a lack of relationship with his nephew. Yep, very good point. Chris Kelly, good point, Christopher, because he stated mom removed JJ from the location. Yep, good. Chris Hanford, yeah, why remove JJ but bring the daughter back only? It's a good point. He said, I was visiting for the night. So you're over here visiting your sister and your niece. Yes. Again, one question that we have to ask here. JJ spend the night with Charles? I don't have the answer to this. But no, this couldn't be the case. We couldn't. They already answered this question. JJ already went to school. Yeah, this can't be. Yeah, mom took him to school, so, okay. Okay, and there was a tussle between your sister and her husband? Yes. Does the husband live here? No, he lives in Houston. Okay, is he an ex-husband or just a current husband? They're working on that. Okay, got ya. So at some point earlier today, they get into some type of domestic. Now here the officer interjects his own wording, which we should never do. We should use his, and got up into some type of what? I would leave it up to him and let him tell me now. Was it a scuffle? Was it a tussle? Was it an argument? I would love to see what he says there. But he says some type of domestic. So Alex says, yeah, just this morning, and then they left, and then he came at me. Just this morning, and then they left, and then he came at me. So he is leaving out info. What that is, he came at me. How many times is this repeated now? Is it 3? Okay. Same verbiage. Expected is more description to justify shooting Charles. Let's see. Rachel says it doesn't make sense. Charles was there to take JJ to school. Why would he stay with Alex while everyone else left? Yeah, it doesn't make sense. Doug says setting the stage for no witnesses. Chris Hanford, wouldn't that imply they knew ahead of time Charles was going to show up that day? Yeah, absolutely. They knew he was going to show up to take JJ to school. I'm going backwards in your comments here. Yeah, I noted the officer left JJ out too. He accepted it. I'm not going to fault that officer too much. It's kind of fluid and moving. He has an idea of what he wants to get out of this guy. Doug says commitment is yes, yes, yeah. Mom took him to school. He came to pick him up. Yeah. So they knew he was coming. They left. That's it, guys. This is repeated. How many times they left? Does anyone have that? They left. She left. Okay, what was that? The left was used 4 times. Left is used 4 times. That is key. That is key. That they left. I'm way behind any comments. So Laura, take care. Laura says she has to leave, but she goes, I'm still going with the setup. Chris Hanford. So Charles tells Lori he's coming on whatever day to take JJ to school, and Alex conveniently stays the night when he lives 30 minutes away. Yep, that's the case. Chris Kelly says it seems like a setup, so the house is empty and no witnesses. Good point, Chris. Very convenient. Yep. They left. So the significance of that is no witnesses. They left, and then he came at me. So and then the story, the scripting, scripted verbiage continues. He came at me. All right, that's good. Good. Marty says, now that you pointed that out, it sounds like he wants to convince the officer that he was alone with the victim. So don't ask the others any questions. Chris Kelly planned event. They were not there. Yeah, they weren't there. They left. That's important to this whole event that they left. Not that she took JJ to school. Or that Kylie went with her to take JJ to school, or it's left. They left. She left. So that's the key. That word is that's so powerful in statements like this. They left. Sean says, at this point, Alex wants us to believe that the victim was so upset over Alex interfering that he hit his brother-in-law with a bat. Doesn't add up. Not a normal response. Yeah, he wants us to believe that in a bad way. In fact, let me do this. Just cut and paste that. Cut. Paste your comment here. Sean. All right, it's not gonna do it for me. Chris says, I agree, Marty. It's almost like he's saying there's no witnesses, but if you do need to ask, okay, good. True, Christopher, ask them. They know what to say. Yeah, so you can go ask them, Lori and Kylie probably. Yeah, it's looking more and more like a staged event. Okay, so officer says they left, meaning who? Both the parties? Yeah, my sister took my niece and my nephew. Now he's introduced JJ. The officers, I wish the officers realized the significance of this left. They would probably ask these a little bit different or pay more attention. Okay, so they left. Alex, to create some space from him, and then he came at me. Wow, he came at me. There's that, it's just a passive, almost a passive statement. To create some space from him, and then he came at me. But did he leave also? No. He stayed here? He stayed. So you guys are kind of talking in between. Who are you? Oh, now he's speaking to someone else that came walking up. He comes back to it. So you were just, so it was just you and your brother-in-law? Yes. Okay, kind of go through it. Did you say something like, hey, don't, so the officer introduced language here. Hey, don't touch my sister. So yeah, yeah. And then he picked up the bat. Wow. He can't even commit. He's grabbing onto what the officer says, but there's no commitment there. Oh, hold the phone here. The officer gave him the answer. Alex cannot, he cannot run with it. His brain knows what happened and is feeling stressed. We're lying about it. Remember at the very first, when we first started and we went over those 7 things, and one of them was the deceptive people rarely say much, and everything they do say has a purpose. That is exactly what you're seeing in this statement with Alex. He's not saying much, and what he is saying is scripted, and it has a distinct purpose. It's to let you interpret. I'm going to say so much, and you can fill in the blanks. I want to steer this a certain way, and then just kind of let you run with it, let your imagination run with it. So he's very careful about what he's saying. He's not running away with anything. He's not spitting out a bunch of information like he should. I'm gonna get back to your comments. So we have now my nephew. Rachel says it's a need to persuade. Yeah, very good. Chris Kelly, a passive statement that implies but doesn't really say anything. Now it's being downplayed. Exactly. Missing info, who introduced the bat. Chris Kelly picked up the bat, so the daughter brought it in the room and left there. So, okay, that's coming. Sean got stuck. Appears he did not anticipate the question. And then they rarely do, especially when they're scripting, they rarely anticipate these questions. They anticipate that you will run with just the information you've given them. Marty, interesting that he repeated, I don't know, but remembers exactly when the bat was allegedly picked up. Okay. And quickly returns the bat. And then he picked up the bat. Okay, all right, so let me get back to these. Yeah, some, yeah. And then he picked up the bat. Okay, so the officer says, where was the bat at? In the living room. So then these other officers are talking. Okay, so you both get into an argument. What is it over? Well, it was over my sister. He was getting physical with her. So my niece came out with her bat, and then he took the bat away from her. It was over my sister. He was getting physical with her. So my niece came out with her bat, and then he took the bat away from her. Okay, this getting physical. What was it earlier? It was an argument, wasn't it? He was talking about, no, he was talking about my sister. Oops, I don't want to do that. Fix this. Talking about. So here's my question. This change in language. Is the change justified? He's told us earlier that he was talking about my sister. And I don't remember if he said it or the officer said, but they got into an argument and he says, yeah. So now he says he was getting physical with her. So it's a change in language. Has there been anything in here that has justified the change in language? Rachel says his perception that is the only way to justify what he did. It's persuasion. Okay, good. It is story building. This was fed to him by the officer. John, for him, it was justified, needed it. Okay, for him it was. For us, looking at it, is there any justification for this change? Okay, good. No. The answer is no. Change only justifies his story. Okay, good. So the cop now says, hold on, I thought you said your niece left. She did, but this was before. So before your sister and your niece left, at some point your sister and her husband are arguing. Okay, arguing. Yes. Verbal argument, and then your niece pulls out a bat. The officer's still not catching this. Well, it wasn't verbal. Okay, well, it wasn't verbal. He was getting close, and she came out to defend my sister with her bat. Okay. You see what's happening here? Verbal. Something he just told us was physical. He was getting close. All right, see this? So he's trying to describe this argument, this non-verbal thing, this physical thing that he just told us it was physical. He was getting physical with her. Well, what is that? He was getting close. That's what it is. That's not physical. Yeah, you can get close to someone without touching them, Chris Hanford says. Yeah, so this is not a tussle or a scuffle or anything physical. Susan wants to know, is Charles the father of the niece? Yet both JJ and is it Kylie or Tylee? Charles is the dad that pretty much the dad that they have known. I don't think that he is biological dad. I'm not positive about that, but he raised them, and he's very close with JJ particularly. Tylee's dad was from another marriage. Okay, so JJ's dad. All right, thank you, Rachel and Chris Kelly. Okay. So now we have this incongruency in his language. I shouldn't say now we have more incongruency in his language. So he says, your niece, yes, okay. And then she poked at him. Wait, he says, and she came out to defend my sister with her bat. The inclusion of with her bat important to a story. and she poked at him, and he took it away, and then I stepped in and told my niece to separate. I stepped in and told my niece to separate. She poked at him, and he took it away, and then I stepped in and told my niece to separate. Has anyone, what do you think about this word? It's an odd word. I stepped in and told my niece. Okay, it's one thing to, all right, think about this. Would you step in and would you say, hey, Tylee, hold on here. Hold on just a second. Okay, would you tell someone that's involved in this scuffle, hey, Tylee, I want you to separate? Or would you say, Tylee, go outside, go in the other room? And if that is the case, what would your language reflect, 20, 30 minutes later when you're recounting this to the officer? Would the word separate come out of your language, come out of your mouth, or would the words that you actually used come out of your mouth? Yeah, Chris, I told her to get away from him. Yeah, leave would be a more normal word, Doug says. I agree with that. I would say, Kim says, I would say back off or leave. Yeah, it's something like that. So, yeah, separate was what he was thinking about. Not necessarily the word that he would use at that point in time. Go outside. Is this experiential? That's the big question. Is this experiential language? Probably not. Sounds contrived. Sue says, Chris, I stepped in. This seems odd to say as well. Implies story building is the one that saves her, but the shooting happens after they left. Rachel says, if it was physical like that, there would be more sensory language like shouting, stop. Okay, very good. Yeah, we're looking for sensory language, and we don't have it here. I'm going to cut and paste some of this. Okay, very good. I stepped in. Let me see. I stepped in. I stepped in. And told, so he's the good guy. The good guy statement. I stepped in. The good guy. And who portrays himself as a good guy? Someone that is not. Where is all that sensory description? Yeah. Stop. Wouldn't be just told. All right, good. Yosh says, right. So then he says, so then my sister leaves. Here we go again. With my niece. Wait a minute. Where's JJ? Where's JJ? That is really interesting. How long ago did they leave? Has it been like an hour, 10 minutes, 20 minutes? I don't know. This is his, please don't ask me any more questions. Oops, screwing this up. Please don't ask me. So not terribly long, so the officers fill in the blanks for him. No. Oh, okay. And then he's coming back at me, and he's still got the bat in his hand. What are you doing? All right, what do you think here? What happened here? Okay, you guys said missing info, time gap, story. Chris, Kelly, how do you know, what makes you say it's a story? Doug says he's experiencing the shooting. Casey Sartor, experiential language. Charles probably did say that. Okay. What's happened? He really isn't telling us what happened. Chris says, Marty, that's made up. If someone is coming at you with a bat, it's not a mystery what someone is doing. All right, so look what happened here. He slipped into present tense. And then he's coming back at me, and he's still got the bat in his hand. Okay, he slipped into present tense, which is an indication he made that part up. Because he was appropriately using past tense before. But now, this right here, he poses this question. It is something that, and Casey's right, this is something that probably was actually said. Let me get back to Casey's. Casey says experiential language. Charles probably did say that. Let me cut and paste that. I want to make sure we're on the same page here with this. Make sure you understand that. What are you doing? Questions stated or restated in an open response typically are a recollection. So I just, hold on. Kim said, I think Charles said, what are you doing? Because he saw the gun. Okay, good. Nate, who said it? It's not clear. Nate, what are you doing? Pointing a gun at me came from Charles. Good. No ownership of the statement, Kelsey says. Agree Sean, agree Kelsey. Chris Kelly implies he said that, but it's more like the victim said it. Okay, good. You're seeing it. Who asked, what are you doing? Yeah, so he's not going to tell us who asked that. He didn't say, he did not. Who said that? If he was the one his words, he likely would have them with some past tense reference. And then I said something like that. All right, very good. I think you guys are seeing that. So the fact that he slipped into this present tense indicates that that part is very likely storytelling, and that he's not wanting to tell us exactly what happened there. And then he doesn't say exactly who made that comment, whose question he's restating. That just adds to it. That's why he's not being specific about who said it. It all just blends together, and it all just kind of makes sense. We have, I mean, this is clear redirection. This is clear deception. This is a clear deception in this statement. I hope that makes sense to everybody. If it doesn't, please let me know, and I can address it further, but I think you're seeing it. Okay. Which is pretty awesome, I might add, that this kind of information is coming out in his statement. This guy is not, he's not, how should I say this? I mean, he has psychological strengths that he's able to do things like this and remain calm, but he can't lie about it. And I don't know if you remember in most of the classes, right at the very beginning of the class, and even in some of your manuals, I put in there that we can rape, rob, murder, steal, we can commit any type of crime. But when it comes to lying about it, we can't do it. And that's what you're seeing here, is that he cannot do it. He can't lie about it. So the officer says, where are you at? Where are you both? We're in the living room. Now the officer posed this like in a present tense setting, and he responded, we're in the living room. And then now he slips back into present tense, or past tense. I turned around and he hit me in the back of the head with the bat, which is an indication that that's added information. I highly doubt that happened. I turned around and he hit me in the back of the head. So I went to my room and got my gun, because I always carry. That's why he went to his room and got his gun, because I always carry. Not because I was afraid. And I'm not putting comments in here because we're out of time, and so I'm just gonna, let's just verbally do this. And I'll try to stay up on your comments. Kim White, if someone threatened me with a bat, I wouldn't turn my back on them. I would just back up to keep him in view. Why didn't he go to his room and call 911 or run outside? Very good. Okay. Yeah, so he turned his back, went to his room, got my gun. I want you to know that I got my gun because I always carry. So you must believe me that I got my gun. Yeah, and the fact that I went to my room, so because he hit me, I went to my room and got my gun. It's a reason why, because I always, so we have this huge sensitivity, the explanation here. We have deception. Yeah, he left the room of danger and returned to it. Exactly. Okay, and Doug, good point. He called it his room, not the bedroom. Now we could give him a pass because that's where he was staying. But yeah, little things, but so important. I turned around. So we were in the living room, and then I turned around. Okay, first of all, why would you turn around if someone is coming at you with a bat? This tells us that we can't believe that Charles was coming at him with a bat. Otherwise, why would you turn around? You turned around. Why? With all this explanation you're giving us, why can't you give us this explanation of why you turned around? This is part of the storytelling. And he hit me in the back of the head with the bat. So I was unfazed by that. I didn't fall down. I didn't get dizzy. I wasn't bleeding. He's not saying any of that. I went to my room and got my gun because I always carry. Nothing about being hit in the back of the head with a bat. That would absolutely knock you out. It would, I don't know if any of you have been hit with a bat, even accidentally. That is significant. And I'm telling you what, Charles was a big guy. If any of you don't know, Charles was a very large individual. And if Charles hit him in the head with a bat, his skull would be crushed in. It would, I mean, I can't tell you the kind of damage that there would be. So none of that. No mention of damage, head injury, bleeding. Okay, significant. Okay, you brought a gun with you? Yes. Do you always? Yes, I have concealed carry. I always, just to be safe. I always. And then I told him to put the bat down and he wouldn't, and he came at me again. Then I told him to put the bat down and he wouldn't, and he came at me again. Again, this is that passive type language, no explanation. And he swung the bat at me. He raised the bat, came towards me. What he was yelling, what he was saying, any of that. It doesn't work. Yeah, and good point, Chris Hanford. Charles would be chasing him into the room. I'll put that in here. Good point. A lot of good points here. And I told him he wouldn't. He came at me again. And that's another good point you guys had. I went to my room. That's pretty casual. I would expect words like ran, something like that. Good. So you told him to put yes, exactly. Okay, let me just interrupt you there. So where are you at now? Did you stay in your bedroom? Good question. It's a great question. No. Why don't you just stay in your bedroom? No. Okay. Why don't you just stay in your bedroom and close the door? Alex, look at this long pause. Is that something you didn't think about? Of course not. I'm making this whole damn thing up. It didn't even occur to me. Okay, there we go. Okay, so walk me through it. You go back in your room. Alex, I just go back in the living room. What's your problem? Okay. Look here. You guys explain this one to me. You guys walk me through this. What's he doing here? And I'll give you a hint here. Marty says minimizing. Keep going. There's more to this. Sean, victim blaming. I expect victim blaming. He had to shoot this guy, Casey Sartor. He went back in time to what Charles said. Casey, look at it closer. You're circling it like a shark. Susan says Charles is already dead. Okay, yeah, but we went back before this now. Kim Wyatt, he didn't say how he went back to the bedroom. where the gun was located. Did he load it, etc.? Okay, that information obviously left out. Chris Kelly, what he said, he moved from past to present. Chris, who said? What Alex said or what Charles said? And why? Or anyone else? Okay, what Alex said to story build. This is exactly what Alex said. How do we know this? Because of the eye. I just go back into the living room. What is your problem? Okay, he says, with the gun in your hand? Yes. And I said, uh-oh, what's the matter with this? That's the wrong communicative language. Yeah, and the just, okay, yeah, and there's so many good points here. Yes, and I said, I want you to put that back down, and he wouldn't do it. And he was like, dude, dude. And he came at me with the bat again. Here we go again. It says he wants you to just interpret this for him. After he had already hit me in the head, which, by the way, there's no damage to my head. I'm like Iron Man. So I shot him to stop him. Deception indicated. Yeah, good. It'd be like bringing a knife to a gunfight. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's a good point. You were just hitting the head. And you ask, what's your problem? I don't think so. I'm telling you, unless that guy has a metal plate in his head, I don't think he'd be even able to utter anything. I don't think he'd be able to walk. Okay, and then what happened? That was it. That was it. Okay, do you go by Alex or Alexander? Okay, are you working now? Okay, hold on. Where's the weapon at now? It's in the bedroom. So he actually went back and he put it in the bedroom. So after shot him, you put it back in the room? Yeah, I went back in the bedroom to get my phone. Okay, and what did you do with your phone? It's right here. Okay, and then what'd you do once you got your gun back? Grab your phone. I cleaned my head up. After he was laying there in the living room. Yeah, he was laying still. It just took me a minute to compose myself. I was just shaking, and then I called. How about I was shaking? I was shaking, and then I called. Out of curiosity, how long have you known him? 15 years. Do you normally have a good relationship? Yeah, I do. When was the last time you guys saw each other interact? Last time I saw him was when we lived out here before he moved. Actually, the last time was at my house after my sister split up. He came to my house once. Did you sleep here last night? Yeah. What time did you wake up this morning? 6:30 or 7. Gonna hang out, see if there's anything that's really beneficial for us here. Then he comes over. That was about 20, 30 minutes ago, roughly. Gotcha. Yeah, I was just visiting here last night. Spend the night. Which again, here we can pick that apart too. Are you and your sister pretty close? Yeah, we're planning on going and doing something today. How about we were planning but they still are. We're planning on going. It's like plans have not changed, okay? And guess what? Plans really didn't change. The day after the shooting, they had a party for, I think it was Tylee's birthday party. They had a swimming party at the house day after the shooting. So they probably were going to go do something that day still. So what do you think about yeah, the plans were to kill someone today. Very good. I cleaned my right there. I'm just thinking I cleaned my gun. I cleaned my head up. Cleaned. So guess what? You asked about the injury to his head. There was a small lump on his head. It was hardly anything. So it definitely was not, when you guys were making comments about the word poke associated with the bat, that's what it looked like. That little lump looked like he probably just got poked in the head, and either he did it or Lori did it. It definitely was not an injury from Charles hitting him in the head. Definitely not. He did not have any defensive wounds or bruising, breaks, or anything on his arms, forearms, wrists, hands, things like that. He just had that little lump on the back of his head, and you're right, it does not make sense. What do you think about, from Charles's language? I mean, not Charles. I'm sorry, Alex. Alex's language. What do you think about his personality? What do we know about him? What type of person is this guy? Is he someone that we would need to be concerned about being out in the public? Marty says big fat liar. Do you think he's a practiced liar? Marty says short temper, but I disagree. I don't think he has a short temper. Christine says yes, and no, he isn't very good at it. Doug, protector of his sister at any cost. Okay, calm, cool, and collect during all of this. Okay, good. He seems way too comfortable with killing someone. Very good. Yeah, he's a very cold-hearted individual. That he can do this and be so calm and comfortable about it, even so calm that he's still going to go, in his language, yeah, we're going to go do something. Now, if that's the plans, and things aren't really changing, I can see someone still having that in their head, because that was the original plan, and trauma makes people react differently. But this guy is way too calm. There's so much deception in his statement. He and the way that he wants the officer to interpret what he's saying, this guy is someone that has probably been doing this for a long time. Yes, one of you mentioned that he'll do anything for his sister. You're right. He is at any cost. He'll do whatever for his sister, even if it's executing someone. Marty says he's confident he'll get away, and that's very typical. They're usually very confident. He's emotionless, and this is someone. Yeah, Chris says manipulative. He's manipulative in the fact that he says very little and he lets people fill in the gaps, fill in the information that he's not saying. That's a very good way to manipulate. You say just enough, although, man, he said very little, and everything he said had a purpose, but he did give himself away. I think he revealed what he heard. One of the things that he said, I think he repeated exactly what Charles said. What are you doing? Whatever that was. I think he quoted him. Yeah, what are you doing? I think Charles was very surprised that Alex pulled out a gun, and I don't think he was expecting that at all. Although he was pretty suspicious of his sister, and anyway, beyond this, there's a lot of speculation at this point in time that Alex was actually the one that killed the kids. He was visiting, and you guys may know more about this than I do, but from what I know, he visited the Daybells, Lori and Chad's place there in Idaho, right about the time that the kids disappeared. And so, Marty, if you don't know, you can get on the internet and read about this story, that Lori Daybell, and yeah, he was visiting, and that's when the kids disappeared. So the kids have since been found on Chad Daybell's property, which was Lori's boyfriend at the time, and then they got married, and coincidentally, for those of you that don't know, yeah, he's a family hitman. For those of you that don't know, Alex Cox died. How long was it? Probably about, I don't know, it was a few months after this occurred. He was found dead at his house, apparent heart attack or something like that. I'm not exactly sure how he died, and I'm not even sure that information is known to the public. I don't know. I'm not clear on that, but I know it was kind of a mystery that he had this suspicious heart attack. Yeah, and there's good, like Kim White saying there's a lot of speculation that he was probably killed as well. But I'm not privy to that information at this point in time. So yeah, quite a story. Yeah, dead men don't tell tales, for sure. This is a very cool case as far as, analyzing it, seeing what, actually seeing the deception firsthand. I mean, right after the shooting, this was just gold to have that body cam footage and that interview right then. He didn't have a lot of time to change anything up. Whatever they planned, they planned. And that scripting, it's a huge thing. I think all of you saw it. They only think of a little bit, and outside of that, they just can't think of that. And then you add in the fact that you just shot someone and you're talking to the cops. I mean, the pressure's on, and there's a lot of stress there, and it's very difficult to manufacture something on the fly like that. He didn't say a whole lot. None of his answers were very long. They were fairly short. and everything he said had a definite purpose. You saw as he was adding to the story, there was purpose. Adding Tylee in, adding the bat in, adding the poke about, you know, Tylee poking him with the bat, and then he took it away. Everything had a purpose. There was nothing superfluous about it, nothing that, you know, he would just add in. And I noted also, he didn't add in any of his own emotions. He didn't add in any emotion from anyone else. And this is a very good indication that this was made up, because emotions are a big part of any incident, especially a shooting, anything traumatic. There's a lot of emotion involved, and you know, emotion is reflected in what people say, what they're yelling, actions, what we observe on their face, the white knuckles around the bat, and, you know, everything like that. And there's nothing of that, nothing. So this was, Alex Cox made this up. Is there anybody in here that thinks that Alex shot Charles in self-defense? Is there any indication in this that there was anybody else present besides Charles and Alex? So then our conclusion has to be that Alex is deceptive, and that he shot Charles and it was just cold-blooded. Yes. Okay. All right. Yeah, awesome statement, guys. Man, these are so much fun. Thanks for all your comments. Your perspective is solid. It's really good. I'm just thinking back on the last few months. Those of you that have come in, I've seen your comments are they're getting better and better. Your perception, your understanding is you're getting deep into it, which is so awesome to see. And then there's those of you that have been in here for a while, and those comments that you make are gold. I can see, I can tell that you put, you know, there's a lot of thought process behind that, and a deeper understanding. So yeah, that's gold. It's solid. I'm glad you're in the class. Yeah, and this is a lot of fun. So thanks, everyone. I'll send this out to you guys. Those of you that have come into the class within the last year, I'll send out this the quiz to you as well, with some explanation. And if you have any questions about it, make sure you let me know. All right, everyone, take care. It's been a lot of fun, and I'll see you next month.